Mic one, mic one. Mic two, mic two. Mic three, mic three. Mic four, mic four.
Make sure you turn them off when you're done.
Okay.
But we're starting that now, so it'll probably be done in the next 5 minutes. And then we'll just mute everything.
Mic five, mic five. Mic six, mic six. Mic seven, mic seven.
They should have already.
Mic eight, mic eight. Mic nine, mic nine. Mic 10, mic 10. Mic 11, mic 11. Mic 12, mic 12. Mic 13, mic 13. Mic 14, mic 14. Mic 15, mic 15. Mic 16, mic 16. Mic 16. Mic 16, mic 16. Mic 16, mic 16. Okay. Mic 17, mic 17. Mic 14, mic 14. Mic 4, mic 4. Witness 1 was Witness 1, Witness 1. Witness 2, Witness 2. Witness 3, Witness 3. Witness 4, Witness 4.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to call the January board meeting to order. As a reminder, this meeting is being held as a committee of the whole. Therefore, all members will vote on each recommended motion. Our system representatives who serve on the standing committees may also vote on matters that usually come before the committees that they serve on. And our meeting is currently being streamed live. We're going to have an interesting entrance from the LSU board member, and y'all see what I'm talking about when they get here. But our meeting is currently being streamed live, so please turn on your microphone when you just hit the gray button on the mic and bend it towards you. So we're going to now move on to the roll call. Ms. Doreen, will you please call the roll, ma'am?
Sir, Regent Aubrey,
Here.
Regent Creed,
Here.
Regent David, Regent Finley, Regent Gill,
Here.
Regent Levy, Regent May, Regent Meir,
Present.
Regent Pryor, Regent Seal,
Here.
Regent Solomon,
Here.
Regent Sterling, Regent Temple,
Here.
Regent Weil, Regent Williams Brown. Here. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Doreen. So next item on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment? Obviously not. Since you've walked away from the mic? Okay, all right. All right, so our next order of business is the swearing in of the officers, followed by executive committee members. So when I call your name, please go down and meet Bree Golden, who will administer the oaths of office. Chairman Gary Solomon. Do I just do all of them at once, or you want to do one of them at a time, right?
Yeah, chair first. Chair first.
I, Gary Solomon, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States and the Constitution and the laws of this state, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent on me as chair according to the best of my ability and understanding. So help me God.
Go ahead. Down by the time he calls you, you already put down.
Next, we have Vice Chair Jay Seal. Secretary Darren Meir. And our executive committee members, including myself, Blake David, Philip May, and Ms. Terry Sterling.
We'll do those two and then do the second.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of this state, and that I will faithfully and impartially
We in there. I think we're in there. That's why I put my phone down. I don't know. What's going on? This college is dead. We're trying to figure out the LSU.
So with that, congratulations, everyone. And at this time, I am pleased to officially pass the gavel to our new chairman, Gary Solomon.
Thank you, Regent Temple. On behalf of the entire board and staff, Regent Temple, I'd like to thank you for your service these past 2 years, not only as chairman of this board, but as a dear friend and good leader to every one of us. We appreciate your leadership and your guidance throughout our challenges and our many wins under your leadership, and we have a small token of appreciation for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you all. Oh, I gotta look at it. Usually, isn't it kind of like not good to open your present in front of the people, I guess, maybe not? What in the world? Wow, what is that? Oh, wow, look
So-
at that.
Chairman Temple's favorite word is in globo.
Absolutely.
So we got him a stamp that says Collis
Absolutely.
Temple III in globo.
This is great.
And he can stamp all of his documents in
globo.
globo.
There you go. We gonna get through it faster. This is great. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. And I already said that's probably some
Louisiana
cufflinks, y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Amazing.
Thank y'all.
Well, moving on to the new chair's comments, since I've just stepped into the role of chair and I'm only about 30 seconds on the job, I'd like to take a few minutes in my comments to look back on what the journey these past 5 years with the Board of Regents has meant for me. First, a huge shout out again to our predecessors who set the standards very high as our past chairs, especially Chairman Temple. Chairman Temple, being your vice chair was like teaming up with a giant, not just in height, but in the legacy that you've built on this board. And standing by your side, I got a very regular lesson in what it means to stand tall, both in stature and in service. So thank you, sir. We can't go without tipping our hats to the other two chairs that served during my tenure, Blake David and Marty Chabert, who are past chairs that have set the bar very high with their exemplary leadership. As I step into this new challenge in the role of chair, I'm reminded of something that's very important. It's something we all know on this board, and that's that real leadership is about service. It's about rolling up our sleeves, digging in, and doing whatever it takes to make things better for everyone. So being here today, it's not about any of our personal accomplishments. It's about all of us working together to make a unified, real difference in this state. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for trusting me to help steer this ship. Thinking back over the last 5 years, it's been quite a ride. I remember when Governor Edwards asked me to jump aboard, I barely knew anything about the Board of Regents or what it's all about, and now I stand in awe of what the impact this board can have on our state. There are no LSU season tickets coming with this gig, but I've come to realize the real perk of it is the moment when you get to see the direct impact of our work on students' lives, and that's really the good stuff that we're here for. I'd like to mention and talk about the heartbeat of this board for a second, our commissioner, Kim Hunter-Reed. Commissioner Reed, you are something else. Your energy, your dedication, it's something we can all look up to. Unflappable is just the start of it. You're the compass that's guiding us, and your dedication is so constant. I'm starting to suspect that you have actually invented a way to bypass sleep altogether. I don't know who else is ready other than you for a call at 6 a.m. and still going strong at 10 p.m. for another call. If you have found the secret to the 25-hour day, I do hope you'll share it with all of us during your tenure. I'd like to also acknowledge our incredible staff in the audience and watching. You all are the unsung heroes of this whole operation. You're the engine that keeps this train moving, and thanks to you, we as a board can big dream and we can make bold plans, and we know that you've got our backs and the backs of the state. Your diligent work is constant behind the scenes, examining every aspect of this board's deliberations through your lens of your expertise and ensuring that students have strong advocates in their pursuit of education, thanks to all of you. Education is a transformative journey. It's a path that shifts the narrative from I wish I could to I will. The pursuit of education beyond high school consistently opens doors to greater opportunities. Individuals who advance their education past high school are less likely to have poor health outcomes, they're more likely to have higher lifetime earnings, and they have a heightened sense of community involvement. Moreover, the ripple effects of educational advancement are profound, because as education advancement rises, the rate of crime decreases. And this underscores the far-reaching impact of education. Not only does it enhance our individual lives, but it strengthens the very fabric of our society. Our board is like a mini Louisiana. We're a mix of about everything you can find in this great state. Different backgrounds, different home places, different views, all coming together with one big thing in common, and it's that we're here for these students. That's our true north, and former Chair Marty Chabert hit it nail on the head when he said over and over, it's all about the students. It's their aspirations and their achievements that drive us, and their dreams that inspire our daily efforts on this board. So we are here to ensure that every single student, regardless of where they come from or what challenges they face at home, have the opportunity to pursue those dreams. On a personal note, a huge thank you is due to my husband, Seth, who's here today and with me every day. He's graciously given me the room to commit to this important service, even though it means less time at home with him and with our young kids. And a special thank you to some friends that are in the audience also today. You know who you are. You were here day one, and you were present when I was sworn as a member first, and now 5 years later you're back, so thank you very much. Looking ahead, it's my hope that we as a board make strides that echo far into the future beyond our tenure. And I hope that personally 16 years from now, when my young kids contemplate their college journey, they see a Louisiana that's a leader in education excellence, a state that fosters every possible dream, from traditional to those that we can't have even imagined yet, all ensuring that joy and a solid life for them. Members, as we prepare to work alongside Governor Landry's new administration and our new legislative colleagues, I know that this board stands ready to embrace new ideas, to challenge the status quo, and to rekindle the promise of higher education for the state. We are on a cusp of a very transformative era, an era where the synergy between education and workforce will become stronger than ever, and where innovation meets tradition and every Louisiana student has the chance to succeed. But let's remember this in our work, that the statistics are impressive, but they don't begin to tell the full story ever of lives changed and futures that are brightened, because behind every number is a face and a name and a family and a story, and these are stories that compel us to push forward and to innovate and to relentlessly pursue that our students deserve that excellence in their future. So in the years ahead, in no small part due to the efforts of this board, I know there's a Louisiana where every child grows up knowing that higher education is within his or her reach, where our colleges and universities are beacons of hope, not just for our students, but for the communities we serve. And as I take on this chair role, I just want to say it's all about teamwork. It's about hearing each other, leading with heart, and putting our service to others first. And I'm confident with the strength of this board and the vision of our commissioner and the dedication of our staff, we are more than ready for the challenges ahead, and we're primed to make a real impact. So thank you for entrusting me with this role. And now let's get to work. It is an honor in my first duty as chair to welcome our new Secretary of the Louisiana Workforce Commission, Susie Schwen, to our meeting. Susie joined the Louisiana Community and Technical College System as the Vice President of Education in 2022. Before LCTCS, Susie spent over 10 years at LED Fast Start and the Workforce Development Division of the Louisiana Economic Development. Susie focuses on building coalitions of industry partners, economic developers, and educators to align programs with the needs of employers and the economy, increasing the prosperity of our people and our communities. Secretary, congratulations on your appointment and welcome to our meeting. We are so pleased to work with you, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and Commissioner Reed, Chair Solomon, and to all of the regents. I really appreciate the opportunity in what I believe are my first public remarks in this role to speak to all of you. The partnership with our educational systems and with the leadership at the state is critically important to me, and I'm really looking forward to a good collaborative relationship with all of you. As Chair Solomon mentioned, my history is with economic development and the Louisiana Community and Technical Colleges, which I regard as continuing my economic development work. Yes, indeed, Stevie. And I intend to continue that work in the new role. And I just want to say a few words about the agency, the Workforce Commission. We have 4 main programs of work. One is managing the workers' compensation function. The other is unemployment insurance, the Office of Information Services, and the Office of Workforce Development. And obviously, we in Louisiana are facing a number of challenges in workforce development right now. Our unemployment rate for December was released at 10 o'clock this morning, so fresh off the presses. And it is the lowest December unemployment rate in series history at 3.7%. There's often a rule of thumb used in economic development circles that unemployment rates lower than 4% essentially constitute full employment, and those that are unemployed are really moving between jobs. And that presents an enormous challenge for our employer partners in their ability to be able to find the candidates, find the workers that they need in order to flourish and drive prosperity in our economy. We also face a number of other challenges in Louisiana. It is no mystery that we are confronting very high crime rates right now. We have poor health outcomes. We have challenges with educational attainment that our master plan for higher education is intended to help us address. All of these problems and many more come down to one root cause, and that is poverty. So why are we still confronting poverty in this state if everybody that wants to be employed is employed? And the answer there is the labor force participation rate. Unemployment rates look at the number of people who are looking for work, actively looking for work, divided by the number of people who are currently working. If you take those two numbers, the number of people looking for work and the number of people who are working, and divide that by the working age population, that's your labor force participation rate. And in Louisiana, it is under 60%. And we consistently rank towards the bottom of all 50 states in the District of Columbia. About 41% of our working age population is not working and is not looking for work. So when we look at that low unemployment rate and we look at the challenges that our employer partners are finding in being able to bring in the skilled candidates that they need in order to drive their businesses forward, that's the challenge that we need to solve. That's the problem that we need to solve, and that is how we drive prosperity for our employers, and it is also how we drive prosperity for our citizens. If we are going to move the needle on poverty, this is how we do it. And I really look forward to working with all of you and many other partners to figure out how we do that. That will be my singular goal as the head of the Louisiana Louisiana Workforce Commission when it comes to workforce development, and that is increasing our labor force participation rate. We are required every 4 years by the Federal Department of Labor to provide a combined state plan that outlines the state's workforce development plan. This plan is not intended to be the Louisiana Workforce Commission plan or the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act plan or the SUSE plan. It is intended to be the state plan and the governor's plan. And I want to take this moment to thank Governor Jeff Landry and his team for entrusting this work in me, because this is how we're going to start this process. We are going to be bringing together our partners, including Dr. Reed and representatives of the Board of Regents, including LCTCS, my old home, the Department of Ed, and the other state agencies that touch human development, in order to create a combined state plan that doesn't just check a box off that we can deliver to the federal government that says, hey, we did this. It is going to be a comprehensive plan that focuses on poverty reduction and economic growth by increasing the labor force participation rate and decreasing the number of our citizens who are sitting on the sidelines of our economy. So that's the work that we'll be doing. I look forward to the partnership with all of you, and I'd be happy to welcome any questions from you at this point.
Thank you, Secretary. Are there any questions from this board? Regent Levy.
%, are not looking for jobs, and the employers are out there begging for jobs. What is the disconnect? Where do we go from here?
So that's an excellent question, and I appreciate your asking me that. And if you didn't, I would have had to ask somebody to raise that question. There are a number of reasons why people are disconnected from the labor force. A very big and important reason is a skills mismatch between the skills that are required from employers, particularly for entry-level positions, and the skills possessed by our citizens in this economy. So our educational institutions are going to be a big part of that solution in terms of better aligning the work that they do with the jobs that we have in our economy. We have a lot of data at the Louisiana Workforce Commission, and there's a lot of other data being produced by entities like Louisiana First, headed by Stephen Barnes at the University of Louisiana Lafayette, that will be able to contribute to better improving that alignment. But there's a lot more to the picture. A major issue in terms of getting people who want to work is the fact that we don't have reliable, affordable childcare for everybody that wants it. There are public programs funded by the federal government that are intended to solve problems like that. Another one of those problems is transportation. There is also the challenge of poor health and lack of health insurance. And again, there are a lot of federal funds available that are supposed to address these problems, but they aren't always integrated in such a way that people can easily access them. So one of the things that we will be focused on is moving towards integrated social services. And the ultimate dream there is where somebody can walk in one door, right? And no wrong doors. Walk in one door and have access to a case manager with a single application. They can understand all the benefits that they are eligible for, receive those benefits, and then have the opportunity to use those benefits to access training and get to work. There's a phrase that a lot of folks have been using now that really means something to me, that our social service programs have made poverty survivable but not escapable. And the purpose of this kind of integration is really to help people work towards coming out of poverty, no longer needing those social services, but making sure that we're marshaling the funds that are available for people in such a way that it actually means something to their ability to access work and get back on the job.
Big job ahead of you. Weren't you involved in the wraparound issues that we track? Was it the WIC?
Yes, I
And
have
you
been a
were
member of
involved
the
in that, if I
Workforce
recall,
Investment
and,
Council
and it
for
had the
many years.
same objectives, maybe not as clearly defined as you have made them, but the same objectives of trying to bring social services
Yep.
and not have people depend upon those social services. And so it seemed like it was counterintuitive to bring more social services when they are the ones that are keeping people from going out and looking for jobs. So how do you plan to separate bringing the child care and the transportation? And of course, we realize Louisiana's got so many different areas. I don't know if there's differences in workforce participation rates in New Orleans and Baton Rouge, Lafayette and Lake Charles, as opposed to rural Louisiana,
The rural communities struggle.
where transportation and child care
Yeah.
become critical.
Yep.
And so is there going to be kind of an emphasis on geography?
So, two things. One is, I don't want to give the impression that we're talking about bringing more social services to Louisiana. It's about better using the social services that we already
That we have,
have
yeah.
in a really integrated manner that will help people then lift themselves out of poverty, using those social services to allow them to access training and education that will lead to a job. So it's about a better, more effective use of those resources. You raise a very good point, and one that I'm not sure I have the right answer to yet. And so I don't want to imply that I have all the answers at my fingertips right now. If I did, nobody would probably need to pay me to do this job. But the question is our rural communities versus our city centers. It is unquestionably more straightforward to offer child care services and transportation services to people in a city center than it is to offer them to more dispersed rural communities. It's a challenge that we're going to have to look at in a lot of detail. In many cases, it is our rural communities that are really falling behind and where we're really going to need to devote some attention.
You're the right person for this.
I appreciate hearing that. It is a big job, and I will need the help of you and everybody else here to move us forward. But I'm looking forward to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, thank you for coming. I think this is certainly very, very important. My question is, does the commission track, to what extent does the commission track the demand side of the employment equation?
So the demand side is actually where we have the most data. So I do want to talk about the supply side, and don't let me forget to do that. But the demand side is essentially the jobs that we are projecting to be available in our economy over time. And that is measured by or reported by our occupational forecasts. We have long-term forecasts that go out on a 10-year timeline, and those are mandated by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Federal Department of Labor. Every state must produce those long-term forecasts on a regular basis. We in Louisiana also produce a short-term forecast that's on a 2-year, and we may move that to a 5-year window so that we can look in the more immediate future. I had a conversation literally this morning with some folks about really expanding and enhancing the occupational forecasts in what I think is a very important way in order to make sure that we are incorporating the input of our economic development partners, regional perspectives around the state, and our industry associations and our economic driver employers in order to make sure that we're really reflecting the best possible forecast of where we think we're going to be in terms of job demands. But I do want to add in that the demand side is not the whole story. We need to look at what we're producing out of our educational and training systems in terms of skills that align with the jobs that we are projecting to have available here in Louisiana. And there's some regional differences there too. So that's another part of the conversations that we're having, is to look at a supply-demand gap analysis and understand, and I believe the data will show that there are some places where we are probably producing too many graduates for the number of jobs that we have in the state. But we know there are a lot of places where we're producing fewer graduates than what is needed by our economy in order to thrive. And those tend to be STEM-intensive quantitative fields, you know, computer science, engineering, the skilled trades are a major area of undersupply and so on, but we wanted to actually do the research to establish exactly what those gaps look like and provide guidance to our educational institutions on how they can move forward on that.
Thank you. Regent Seal.
Secretary Schoen, I want to thank you for your presentation on page 2, which begins with a list of acronyms. It's a it's a feature that many more reports that come to this board should incorporate. Because
we're talking about building a glossary, a master list of all of our acronyms. We have a lot.
well, all of higher education has a lot. All of government has a lot.
Yes.
And those of us who are part-timers at this have a harder time keeping up with the acronyms. But thank you for putting that in there. My question about the labor participation rate is this. Could you point to a state in some geographical proximity to ours which has a comparable labor participation rate to ours, and to a state whose participation rate is better, and if so, why is it better?
Yeah, that's a very good question. The surrounding states, particularly Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, and so on, have labor force participation rates that are largely comparable to ours. I'm not sure exactly where Texas is right now, and I don't want to say that without knowing that for sure. What I can tell you is the states with the highest labor force participation rates, several of them are in the Northeast. The District of Columbia, perhaps for obvious reasons, actually has the highest labor force participation rate in the nation. Leaving that aside, you know, we're looking at states like Massachusetts, Maine, and so on. Many of them are either close to 70% or over 70% in terms of labor force participation rate. And since we are in the 50s, that gives us a lot of headroom in terms of the space between us and the truly high-performing states when it comes to labor force participation. Those states do tend to have very robust and sort of long-term high-performing school districts at the K-12 level, and also very high-performing post-secondary institutions. But I don't in any way want to lay the blame for this challenge on our K-12 system or on our higher education systems. I really believe that the root cause is the fact that we have long-term entrenched generational poverty in this state. And those states where the labor force participation rates are high tend to have far lower poverty rates than we do. And they're interconnected. You know, the low labor force participation rates cause poverty, but poverty also causes the low labor force participation rates, and they're inextricably linked in both directions.
Thank you very much for that
Yeah.
answer.
Members, any other questions? Yes, closing comment?
Yeah, Mr.
I'm
Chair.
sorry, Regent Aubrey, please.
Yeah. Madam Secretary, welcome, and again, thanks for joining us today. You mentioned 2 areas that we're challenged in Louisiana that may kind of help exacerbate the low participation rate, et cetera, child care and transportation. Do you have any thoughts on broadband access, particularly in the rural areas, and its adoption and affordability? I do have a little background in that, but
Yes, you
just
do.
interested in making sure as we talk about child care and transportation, if we're gonna look at addressing, particularly in the rural areas, you know, they don't have access to transportation, they may not have public transportation, they may not have child care accessible. Any thoughts on broadband in that piece?
So it's a wonderful question, and I have to tell you that I am really personally excited about the opportunity that the broadband expansion brings to our rural communities. And a lot of it does have to do with better being able to access education from home, like through telehealth tele-education, if that's a phrase, but at
And
any
digital
rate,
literacy.
it's really important because that helps to reduce the obstacles presented by lack of childcare and lack of transportation, right? Being able to access learning from home and develop skills at home is going to be a big part of that. But it's not the whole part of it, because most of the truly undersupplied fields in our economy do require some sort of hands-on work, lab work, something like that. It's hard to learn engineering in a home online learning setting, but it's really hard to learn the skilled trades. You know, you're not going to learn to weld from home unless something's particularly unusual about your setup. So broadband offers opportunities there, but it also offers, I think, really important opportunities when we look at economic development. So we can start recruiting manufacturing, software development enterprises, things like that, to our rural communities if we have broadband to offer those companies in the sites that they're looking at. And I think that really introduces a whole new game when you're talking about workforce development in those communities. You have a totally different set of jobs then, and people can see that those jobs are available in their communities. You know, they can really believe that if they get these skills, they're going to get that job right there. They're not going to have to relocate to an urban center. And so I think that's where we are able to paint the picture for people that overcoming these obstacles is something that will bring them quickly to a better place in their lives, and I think we'll see benefits as a result of that.
I understand, and look forward to working with you and seeing how we
yeah.
can integrate and be more, how we can certainly work to improve that accessibility.
We'd love to talk to you.
Yep. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, thank you so much. I believe Commissioner Reed has some closing comments.
Sure, thank you so much. As you know, we are mighty proud of our Secretary of Workforce and have a longstanding relationship with her. But I want you to note, members, that she mentioned that she doesn't sit before us knowing all the answers. I want to acknowledge that she's less than a month on the job, but you get a sense.
8 days on the job.
There you go. 8 days on the job, but you get a sense of both the depth of knowledge, her passion and purpose, and how committed she is to solutions and partnership. So, Susie, we want you to know that we continue to stand in partnership with you, and we are mighty proud of you as well.
Thank
Congratulations.
you, Dr. Reed, and I can't do it without you. So, thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
before we go to the next item, first of all, I missed my chance at number 5 on thanking Collis. I wanted to mention that Dr. Tarver is not here from Southern. I talked to him, and I'd ask for those of you that believe in prayer to pray for him. He's not. He's been ill recently. I did want the chance to go by without acknowledging the presence of Collis Temple Senior here, Collis Temple Junior, and he is a true giant, and that we stand on his shoulders. He was the first African American scholarship athlete at LSU. I, as a LSU law grad and a SEC student athlete at Vanderbilt, thank you for being one of the pioneers that we stood on so we could go to these schools like Vanderbilt and LSU and Alabama and all these schools. So the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. And as we thank our former board chair, I wanted to make sure those of you that missed his entrance here, that's his father standing there. He's an LSU board member, businessman, and a fine citizen of this state.
Thank you, Regent Pryor.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say, been working on my ability to figure out the dress code. Son's been working on me about that. So we were at a meeting about 6:30 this morning. He said, "Daddy, you gonna come to this meeting at 10 o'clock?" I said, "Yeah, I'll be there." He said, "Well, you need to make sure you put
we would welcome you in any attire. Thank you so much, Regent Pryor, for acknowledging the presence of our LSU rep. Along those lines, I believe we need to go backwards for just a moment. We missed some roll call along those lines. Ms. Doreen, can you finish calling the roll for us?
Yes, sir, thank you. LCTCS rep,
I'm here, I'm wearing my best jacket.
LSU system representative, Southern System representative, UL System representative. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on and continuing. I believe we're still in chair's comments somehow, and I'm doing a terrible job keeping us on time. But I'd like to move on to the student member Sam Gill. Sam, if you could share with us how the start of the spring semester is and any updates that you have for this board, please.
Spring semester is going well. As you know, anytime it goes below freezing in Louisiana, the entire state shuts down to have gumbo at everyone's house. So a lot of our institutions were closed because a lot of our buildings cannot handle a perpetual cold. And some places, like I think LSU Engineering Building, they had like a flood in it because of pipes and some stuff. So glad everyone was safe through that. Within COSP, we had some students head to New Hampshire for the college convention with Mr. Harold Butte, our favorite travel advisor always for COSP. And they had a great time, met some United States presidential candidates. It seems we had a very large delegation. I sadly could not make it, and it looks like they had a fantastic time. Our COSP is heading to Washington, D.C. tomorrow, and they're going to be meeting with Senator Cassidy, Congressman Graves, Ms. Letlow, Troy Carter. They're going to be doing a White House tour, United States Capitol tour, and they might meet with Speaker Mike Johnson. I also cannot attend that, and I'm very sad. One of the things students are looking for, students are improving in that I see a lot of institutions have their engagement back up. That is a very critical thing, and I think regarding the Workforce Commission, a huge thing to examine from our students is how the coronavirus has changed our students, how they interact with their campuses. I heard a comment made one time that said students used to sit in the hallway before class and now they sit in their cars and play on their phones. So really examining college student participation on their campuses and how that's going to transpire in the workforce, I think would be something very advantageous to look at. And just making sure that within the legislative session that hopefully the legislator understands that we have a massive deferred maintenance bill, about $1.6 billion. I know institutions that are crumbling, and I humbly ask that the legislature answer that call because it is imperative that we do so, because we cannot do it on the backs of students' tuitions and fees, because this is beyond any amount of money they would possibly pay for infrastructure. So it's going to be a great semester. I don't have that many meetings left. It's crazy how fast it goes. But it's been a great time, and everything's going to be great.
Awesome. Thank you, Sam. And you're right, it does go fast. But the work you've done in your fast time is mighty impressive. So thank you for your contributions and your continued contributions. We look forward to the recap of the D.C. trip at our next meeting. In other board member news, I know he's not with us today, but Regent Philip May was a speaker at the 2024 Outlook Louisiana Economic Forum, where he provided insights into the state's economy 2024 and beyond. So Regent May, if you're listening, we're grateful for your experience and your perspectives and certainly your leadership on this board. Speaking also of great leaders in our state, we're grateful to see AT&T supporting our campuses across the state, and a big shout out and thank you to Regent Aubrey. Earlier this month, AT&T reinforced its commitment to community empowerment and contributed $25,000 to the Southeastern Louisiana University Foundation to address the digital disparities among low-income adults and seniors in Livingston Parish. This collaboration aims to enhance digital literacy and provides essential training in computer skills and access to various internet options. So Regent Aubrey, we appreciate these efforts to bridge the digital divide and ensure that everyone in the community has the tools needed to succeed in this very digital era. And that concludes my first report as chair. Moving on to our next item, ratification of committee assignments. Members, I've updated your committee assignments for this year. Please take a look at your assignments in your packets. I certainly appreciate all of you who serve on these healthy and robust committees, and especially those of you who've agreed to serve as chairs and vice chairs this year. Are there any questions from the members about your assignments to committees included in your packets? If there are no questions, can I get a motion, please, to ratify the 2024 committee assignments?
So moved.
A motion by Regent Seal, second by Regent Creed. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. These assignments will be updated on all relevant board material and will be put into effect for the next board meeting. Moving on to the approval of the minutes. Members, you've received a copy of the minutes from the December 13th, 2023 meeting. Can I get a motion to approve these minutes?
So moved.
Regent Gill, second by Regent Temple. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, these minutes are approved and the motion passes. All right, our next agenda item is our momentum moment. And this month we'll be spotlighting Southern A&M. We're joined by Dr. Laura Young, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Dr. Young, we're so glad that you're here and welcome to our meeting. We look forward to your presentation.
Mr. Chair, thanks so much for that. As you've said, each month we now have a presentation from a campus, really recognizing the fact that, as you said, it is all about the students, and here at the Board of Regents, we do not do the work of educating those students or graduating students. That all happens at the campuses. And so all of that work that is bound up in the Momentum Framework, each meeting, it is, we think, important just to recognize the work that is happening in those campuses. So my pleasure today to introduce Dr. Young, who's going to tell us about the recent efforts that have been going on at Southern. So thank you, Dr. Young.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Denley. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Solomon, congratulations on your new appointment. Good morning to the other honorable members of the Board of Regents, Commissioner Reed. A special good morning to my former student, Regent Temple. I am Laura Young, and I serve as the Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at Southern University here in Baton Rouge. And it is indeed a pleasure to be with you this morning and describe just how Momentum is serving to accelerate and systematize all of the ongoing programs and activities at Southern University. Since returning to academic affairs in September of 2023 or so, it's been quite a delight to work with Dr. Denley and his staff on Momentum, and we at Southern University are quite appreciative of this work. And let me just say, I really like the term momentum. We have coined it and we have adopted it, and at Southern, we call it JAGS Gaining Momentum. So let's go. Go JAGS. So when you think about the term momentum, you think about something that is in continuous motion. It keeps developing over time. It starts to happen more quickly and becomes less likely to stop. So that is our overarching goal and objective at Southern University. And again, since I started my role in September of 2023, we have made our momentum initiatives, our programs and activities, a requirement across the campus. We have a university-wide collaboration with the support of our interim executive vice president, John Pierre, and President Shields. Weekly, all of our deans, the vast majority of our chairs, some of our faculty and staff, we're meeting, we're planning, and in addition to that, the vast majority of those folks will be in attendance next month at the Momentum Summit. So we have communicated all of these initiatives broadly. We invited Dr. Denley last semester. He visited with us on November the 14th of 2023 and talked to us about the overall master plan of the Board of Regents and honed in specifically on the momentum work. And his visit helped us to get a sense of ownership. It helped me to get faculty and staff to have a sense of buy-in. And while we are focusing on a lot at the university, we have honed in on two key initiatives, and that is a focus on retention and a focus on workforce development. So when you think about this whole notion of retention, in higher education, when you think about that progression, it starts with, of course, recruitment, and then it kind of delves into enrollment and then retention. But at Southern, we're starting to rethink how we think about this progression, and starting with the end in mind, and really focusing on retaining every student through graduation, just reflecting on questions like, how do we retain our students through our recruitment strategies? And how do we retain our students through our enrollment strategies? And even how do we have retention strategies that really retain our students on through graduation? So in addition to that, we are focusing heavily on workforce development for all of our students. So two key areas that I'll talk with you about today. The first is a focus on our faculty. So very early on during last semester, we recognized that faculty salaries were an issue and impacted the morale of our faculty. So we worked to provide equity adjustments for some of our faculty. We started with that last semester. In addition to that, we are in the process of relaunching our business and industry cluster. Our business and industry cluster consists of several business and industry entities who meet monthly and really engage with our faculty and our students on campus. So we want to ensure that our faculty are aware of current workforce needs so that they in turn can train our students and prepare them for the workforce. This is how we're planning to transform our classrooms and make sure that we are expanding the borders of the classroom to ensure that our students are getting some type of experience outside of Southern University. In addition to that, we've launched a very impressive professional development and advancement platform for our faculty. We have invested in what's called Academic Impressions. It is a professional development and leadership training platform that engages all folks in higher education. Quite impressive, and I'm very excited about that. In addition to that, we are fully implementing Navigate by EAB. That is a CRM, customer relations management system, that is very nice, provides us with some early warning systems for those students who are in danger of failing, and not only does it notify the students, but it also notifies the faculty and their advisors. And one final item that I'll talk about this morning, we are focused on having two separate tracks of faculty. So we'd like to move towards having a teaching or instructional track of faculty and a research track. So those faculty who focus on instruction, that's what they do. They teach. And you all know there are some faculty who are just outstanding researchers, but not so good in the classroom, right? And vice versa. There are some who are phenomenal instructors and teachers in the classroom, but really not interested in doing the research. So we plan to engage those faculty who are those instructional faculty and make sure that we're being strategic about the classes that they teach, primarily the first and the second year students, and being strategic about the students who we place in those classes. So let's talk about our students. SU is for our students. So last summer we hosted the second cohort of our Jaguar Success Academy. That is an 8-week residential program that's focused on academically challenged students, consisting of academic assistance and support for our students, all tuition, all fees, all housing, a nice stipend, an iPad, and mentoring by staff and some peer ambassadors. So last semester, during the summer, we had 162 students in JSA, and over 50% of those students earned a 2.5 or above this last fall semester. So we're really focused on working with those students, and President Shields is working tirelessly to raise funding for JSA so that we can immerse more of our students into that particular program. In addition to that, we have our co-requisite model. So as you know, with the co-requisite, students take the Dev Ed and the regular ed in one course, and instead of it being 3 credit hours, it's actually 5 credit hours. So we do have that co-requisite model in both English and mathematics, and we're moving towards implementing that same model in biology classes, just to give students more of a stronger foundation. So there is some research that states, done by the EAB, that states as a result of COVID, there are 2 key areas that will be critically important and will provide some stress for us in higher education. And those 2 are mathematics and mental health. So those are 2 key areas that we are focused on. Mathematics with our co-requisites model, and just that emphasis on health and wellness. We have hired more counselors to make sure that our students have that space to, for those who need that type of support. In addition to focused on being strategic with advisement, with the help of our EAB system, we are making sure that we hire, first and foremost, hire more advisors, and then with the support and assistance of those advisors, making sure that they can be strategic about placing students, primarily first and second year students, in classes with those instructional faculty, and provide them with the support that they need to be successful. And finally, focused on experiential learning. That goes back to our workforce development piece. I'll talk about that in just a little bit more. A little bit more on the next slide. So as it relates to experiential learning, I'm very focused on making sure that our students have an experience outside of Southern University, because so many of our students, they just don't have that exposure. Some of them have never flown before. Some of them have never left their home environment of Baton Rouge or their small towns before. So just making sure that they can have an experience with business and industry, with a mentor from business and industry, so that they know what those expectations are and prepare themselves accordingly. So this is my last slide, and the focus of it is on workforce development. So as you know, we have alums across the world, and a good number of them are in viable careers. So we call it Jaguar Nation. We have the support of Jaguar Nation. We have a very, very strong alumni base that's supporting our students, making sure that they are being exposed to things outside of Southern and within the business and industry sector, all in preparation for workforce development. In addition to that, we offer some stackable credentials through IBM, the micro credentials, through IBM. And one of the things that we're doing is making sure that we offer these stackable credentials in the form of a credit-bearing course, because when you consider some students who know that they have 120 hours to attain, to graduate, asking them to participate in a Saturday boot camp or a course over the holiday or even an online course, that's not an option for some of them because they see that as additional work. So I'll stop right there and entertain any questions that you may have. Thank you very much for your time.
Dr. Young, thank you so much. Members, any questions for Dr. Young?
I don't have a question, but I will say we appreciate you coming. I think it is really important that we think about how we can be of service in getting to this attainment goal, because as a board, we don't graduate one student, but we care deeply about the students. And so it's wonderful to have you come. We've heard from LSU, we've heard from SLCC around these momentum moments. I love that you have embedded that into the Southern University information, and that you're meeting weekly and really thinking about how to change the trajectory of the students and system redesign to support this work. So thank you for your leadership. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Indeed, thank you again for being with us.
Great seeing you again.
Good to see you.
We're going to want to hear at lunch how Regent Temple was as a student. Our next agenda item, members. Yes, sir. Apologies.
Sorry. Just to build off Dr. Young mentioned our upcoming Momentum Summit, so I wanted to make sure that board members knew about that. So it's on February 7th and 8th down there at the Raising Cane's River Center. We will have, this year, we have roughly 400 department chairs and deans who will be coming to the River Center. They have a series of workshops that they will work through, really exactly the kinds of things that Dr. Young has talked about today. There will be a very strong emphasis on helping those department chairs and deans understand how do we increase the availability and the prominence of work-based learning and different kinds of experiential learning, but a whole host of different approaches to help campuses, again, think through that momentum framework, how it is that they can make changes. If you remember last year, we had executive leadership teams from all of the campuses who came, from the buy-in then at the presidential level and vice presidential level. This is now working with department chairs and deans, asking them to look through their role and think about their role through the momentum framework lens, say how do we now think differently about what we do in our departments, our colleges. So we're really excited to coordinate and host that event. It's going to be really super. So I just want to make sure you all knew about that event.
Thank you, Dr. Denley, for your leadership on this.
I have a question for Southern. I'd like to hear your comments on the role of TOPS usage and dual enrollment as far as the numbers at Southern. I remember seeing something last year where I believe it was schools like Louisiana Tech had really high dual enrollment numbers, and I was thinking that maybe Southerners weren't that high. And what is your view as we talk about the momentum into the future of those big investments this board has put into, and the state as far as TOPS and as far as the momentum of the use of dual enrollment and getting kids into the college classes earlier, and so they'll continue in college?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, and that's a great question. So while I don't know the specific numbers of the percentages of our students on TOPS, I do know that we have right at 350 students dually enrolled. We are working very aggressively to engage more school systems into our dual enrollment offerings. In addition to that, we have our lab school on campus, our PK through 12 school. So a good number of those students actually walk to class to engage with our dual enrollment offerings.
Will that be, so that would be something you're seeking? You said 350.
Yes.
And I believe Tech was in the thousands of students. That's something Southern's gonna focus on?
Yes, we have been
and
working
using
to increase those numbers. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Pryor. All right, Dr. Young, thank you very much. Our next agenda item, members, is reports and recommendations. We're going to start with audit. We're joined today by Kristen Burke from Postlethwaite and Netterville, who will present the internal audit. Thanks again for joining us, Ms. Burke.
Thank you all for your time this morning. I have a brief presentation this morning to give you guys an update on our fiscal 2024 audit plan, which includes 2 of our audits that are currently in progress. The first being the Loss for IT Security Processes audit. At the time that our materials were due for this presentation, our team had reviewed policies and procedures, conducted interviews and walkthroughs, completed testing procedures, and communicated their initial results to the IT management. Since the date that this presentation was submitted, our team has also issued their draft report, so their next steps will be to hold their exit meeting with management to discuss the observations that are in their report, and they will also obtain management's responses. Then they will finalize that report. The final report will be provided to the audit committee chair upon its completion. The next audit is our that's in progress is our expenditure process audit, which was added to our annual audit plan during the October board meeting. To date, our team has reviewed available policies and procedures. We've conducted interviews and walkthroughs, performed analysis on data reports that have been provided, held follow-up meetings with the finance team to discuss our initial analysis, and we've completed initial policy assessments. Our next steps will be to complete our testing, draft a report of our results, and then meet with management to discuss those results. We will then obtain any management response to the observations we have, finalize that report, and present those then to the audit committee. Following the completion of this audit, we will then meet with management and the audit committee chair to discuss what our next steps need to be for completion of our fiscal year 2024 audit plan. Any questions on our status update or for our internal audit function?
Members, any questions? All right, well, this informational purpose, this item was for informational purposes only. Thank you, Ms. Burke.
Yes, thank you.
This does not require any action at this time. Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to legislative. Our first item are the legislative reports, and Bree Golden, our policy advisor, will present the initial item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm going to start off before I hand it over to Dr. Craig with just giving you an overall update of where we are in the legislative report submission process. As you'll see in your legislative items on a one-pager right now, we have 15 annual reports. Where we are, we have submitted 8 annual reports thus far. 2 will be considered today, the teacher recruitment retention report as well as the power-based violence report. And after today, we'll have 5 reports remaining to submit to the legislature.
Great, so the first report that we'll talk about this morning is the Teacher Recruitment, Recovery, and Retention Task Force report. You'll see here that the Teacher Recruitment Retention Task Force in the 2023 legislative session has been extended for an additional 2 years. One of the things that we are working on with this task force in conjunction with the Louisiana Department of Education is to study declining enrollment in our teacher preparation programs, as well as strategies to increase not only employment in our school systems across the state, but retention of teachers once they are actually employed. So we've met 5 times over the course of the last year, and we've talked about 5 really large topics. We've talked about compensation, we've talked about different teaching pathways, we've talked about loan forgiveness, we've talked about professional development across the state, and we've talked about enrollment and completion in our teacher preparation programs. There is some great news ahead. We've been very busy over the last, we are in our 2nd term, if you will, of this task force, working diligently to decrease vacancies across the state, again, in conjunction with the Louisiana Department of Education. And our numbers of teachers, certified teachers across the state, full-time teachers in the classroom, is now above where we were before the pandemic. So we are now, and this is information, yes, we're very excited about this news. This is from the Louisiana Department of Education. We currently have 51,965 teachers in the state of Louisiana. And much of this work has done, and we are grateful for the Louisiana legislature for continuing to come to the table and to support the field of education. And they've done about 5 major issues over the course of this last 2 years. We are grateful for increased pay, again, through the work of our Governor John Bell Edwards and the legislature. Increased pay for teachers, whether it be in full-time salary or stipend work. we have decreased barriers to out-of-state teachers who are moving across state lines to be able to become certified by if they are certified in their home state, they are able to teach in Louisiana immediately. We have removed initial Praxis Core assessments, which were barriers to students entering colleges of education. They still have to take the content area tests. And then the legislature created the Go Teach scholarship program, which is helping our undergraduate students who are in colleges of education with tuition support. So we're very grateful for the work that the legislature has done over the course of the last 2.5 years. So I'll talk briefly about major accomplishments that have come through the work of this task force. The Louisiana Department, the collaboration between the Louisiana Department of Education and the Board of Regents, and then support through our Louisiana legislature. We've really focused on the pre-educator pathway, and this is for those teachers who've identified students that are really service-minded and they know that they might be a good teacher. And so one of the things that we are doing is we have created a pre-educator pathway where students in high school can take some of those early level education courses as dual enrollment opportunities and kind of get a head start with their education career. One of the things that they are doing is allowing these students to tutor and to really get a feel for what it's like to be a teacher. So we have 70 high schools that are offering this program, over 1,000 students, high school students who are raising their hand and saying, I want to be a teacher, and are entering this pre-educator pathway. We've put a focus on the paraprofessional to teacher model. Now, a paraprofessional is like a teacher's aide in many of either pre-K classrooms or special education classrooms. Many of these paraprofessionals do not have a post-secondary degree, and so we've identified those with real promise for teaching, who are interested in earning their bachelor's degree in education. And right now we have 331 new Louisiana school system employees who have signed on to this paraprofessional to the teacher model. 49% of these are teachers of color. And so we are very excited about this movement to recruit new teachers to the profession. A third area here is compensation that the Louisiana Department of Education has provided to teachers. There is a mentor teacher stipend of $2,000 that has been added to the minimum foundation program formula, which makes it permanent, which we love. And then for $2,000 for teachers, $1,000 for support staff were provided as well, again, from the Department of Education. Our fourth accomplishment in recruitment is, again, we talked a little bit about the pre-educator pathway. I just want to focus that this is a 62% increase in growth, which is helping with our recruitment efforts. Our recovery accomplishments over the course of the last 2.5 years is that we have increased the number of mentor teachers that are serving and supporting roles to our new teachers. One of the things that we've determined or that we've studied is that research shows us that we're losing new teachers between the 3rd and 5th year. And so what we are really focusing on in this recovery aspect is once we recruit them into the profession, we want to provide the supports available so that they will stay in the profession. So we have an increase of 779 mentors across the state. So very excited about that. And then the department is focusing on principal fellowships to help support young teachers. And then lastly, in our retention efforts, the Department of Education is supporting the new teacher experience, providing cohort groups across the state for new biology teachers, say in a rural district or a small school that may be the only biology teacher in that high school, connecting that teacher with other biology teachers across the state to share ideas, to gain support, and to build morale. And then we've also got the Upbeat Principal Coaching Support to work on environment and morale in our classrooms. So we are very excited about the work that has been done. This report is going to be submitted to the legislature upon your approval today. We have 3 major issues that we are focusing on 2024. The first one is teacher compensation. The second one is how to strengthen our educator pipeline. And the third is to continue to elevate the teaching profession. As many of you know, none of us would be sitting here today if it hadn't been for that one teacher that told us we could. And every student in the state of Louisiana needs that one teacher that tells them they can. And so this work that we are doing is very important. As you can tell, I'm very excited about it, and we are happy to share with you our hard work today. I think the next report, oh, yes, if you have questions, I'm happy to answer any.
I believe we got a question from LSU Representative Temple.
Sure.
So of these 331 professionals, approximately what might be the average pay? Approximately what might be the average pay?
So those who are paraprofessionals probably make less than $20,000 across the state. So what this program does is allow them to continue working in their field while earning their college degree at the same time. Some districts are actually paying the tuition for this to occur so that the students can actually work in their classrooms with their students while earning their degree at the same time, or at a much reduced rate. Because we want to get them to making the full-time teacher salary.
Do you have any idea what percentage of these folk are working in the high school area, and what percentage may be working in the elementary and middle school area?
I do not know the answer to that question right now, because this is a program that's supported by the Department of Education, but I can get that for you. No problem.
All right. And what areas in the state may be being most impacted? When I say areas, I mean rural versus urban, and urban being Shreveport, Caddo, Orleans.
Sure. I think the program is concentrated in some more of the urban areas, but I'll get that information for you, and I'll share that with the entire board.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Craig, we're really happy to see all the work that's occurred here and all the continued focus on making sure we've got great teachers in the classroom. Are there any other questions from this board? Not, can I get a motion, please, to recommend that we receive this report per the slide? So, Regent Mir, second by Regent David. Any discussion or any questions? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you all very much. Next, we'll hear from Julia Hine, Power-Based Violence Compliance Program Coordinator, for our next legislative report. Ms. Hine, all you.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. I'm Julia Hine. I'm Power-Based Violence Compliance Program Coordinator, and I'm so excited to be here today to talk to you all about the legislative report. The legislative report was submitted on January 12th to the Governor, President of the Senate, Speaker of the House, and the Select Committee on Women and Children. I have a copy of the report here. I want to brag on it for a second. Thank you to Associated for the amazing design on this report. We are so proud. 2023, 203 people were designated as confidential advisors, and of those 203 people, 202 completed the training. Sorry, I didn't realize it was close enough. That's good. Can y'all hear me better?
Yes.
Is there anything you would like me to repeat? Thank you. So the completion rate for our confidential advisors was 99.5%, which we are very proud of. Moving on into our formal complaints by system, this graph breaks down a comparison between formal complaints received per system in 2022 versus 2023. A formal complaint is a complaint that has been filed with the Title IX coordinator of an institution and is alleging an incident of power-based violence or Title IX, and they're asking the institution to investigate and possibly adjudicate the incident. So in 2023, there were a total of 44 formal complaints, and in 2022, there were a total of 50 complaints. You can see a system-by-system breakdown here on the graph. Next, we'll move into our Title IX funding allocations for 2023. Before I jump into this, I just want to say that we are so grateful to the legislature for their continued investment into campus safety and Title IX. In 2023, the legislature reinvested $5 million into our Title IX offices statewide. This funding was used for initiatives such as training and certification, investigative services, cameras and technology, educational resources and programming, and also for the personnel in the Title IX offices. Next, we'll be moving into the legislative recommendations. These recommendations have been discussed with the Power-Based Violence Review Panel and approved. So the first recommendation deals with the annual training report, and the submission date of that report. Currently, administrative reports must include both annual training for both the employees and confidential advisors, as well as a summary incident report on the incidents and full practices. The campuses begin their up-the-chain reporting in October, and these training numbers at that time are captured through the chancellor, and then that moves up through the system president to their management board, and those numbers are submitted to Regents on December 31st. However, as the reporting structure currently exists, it doesn't encompass any of the training that happens between October 10th and December 31st. But employees have up until December 31st to take their required power-based violence training. So the recommendation is to push back just for the training portion of the report, push back that submission date to January 15th. That way, the systems have a full year's worth of training data that they can provide to us. We can then provide all 4 systems full year of training data and provide a comprehensive report to the legislature. So effectively moving the training date, submission date from December 31st to January 15th. The second recommendation is to accommodate the first. So currently, the Board of Regents, we are required to submit our annual legislative report on January 15th. In order to accommodate that new January 15th date for the training report, it has been recommended that the Board of Regents legislative annual report submission date be moved to February. That gives us ample time to combine the reports as well as provide our own. Another highlight of the report was the new Power-Based Violence and Title IX Resource Hub, which is a website that we launched on January 3rd, 2024. We're so excited for this resource to be live and available to the public. This is a resource website for information and access to different local, state, and national resources, as well as information on our policies and procedures. One of the important things that we want to stress with this website is that it is not for reporting incidents, and we want to make that clear. So we did provide clear disclaimers throughout the website in multiple locations that this is just for information. However, we also provide directions on how you can report and who you can report to on your campus. And I'll get more into how we assist our students with that with our administrators. Another key feature that you can see, this is our welcome page that they'll see as soon as they come onto the website. There's a direct link to 24/7 support. This is a support link through the LASA, the Louisiana Foundation Against Sexual Assault. And it is a phone line, but they also offer chat support, which is extremely important for our students as we favorite part of the website. This is our Title IX Coordinator Locator tool. This tool is located at the bottom of the homepage, the coordinators page, and the helpful information page. And essentially, a user can come on here, select their institution from the drop-down menu, and it will provide them with the Title IX coordinator's name, office location, phone number, and email address, as well as a link to that institution's Title IX website. That way they have direct access right in the inbox. This is a glimpse at our coordinators page. So we do have a page specifically dedicated to our Title IX coordinators where they can download their administrative report templates, they can upload their administrative reports, as well as view our policy, our training videos, and other training materials. This is a glimpse at our Find Help page, where you can find all sorts of resources. So some of the things that we have here, as I mentioned, are the LaFossa resources, as well as national resources such as RAIN and the Suicide Hotline. There's also information on how to submit complaints, as well as our various legislative reports that we have done over the past few years. And that concludes my walkthrough of the Title IX and power-based violence report. And my recommendation is that the Board of Regents receive the power-based violence Title IX report.
Thank you, Ms. Hine. Nothing more important than keeping our students safe, and thanks for all your hard work on this report and in power-based violence at large. Members, you've heard the recommendation. Are there any questions for Ms. Hine? Yes, Regent Muir.
I have a question. I just want to, it was really a comment. I mean, just in a couple of years, we've come a long way with this. It's amazing. Just sitting back and listening to this report every year, how thorough it is and the statistics, and you're making it easy for people to actually have access to filing a complaint and knowing who to go to. You know, as a male, it's important, you know, for our male students as well as our female students to understand the idea, this idea of what's going on in power-based violence on campuses. So I want to thank you for your report. Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course. One of the things, Dr. Amber Blair from LCPCS, one of the things she said to me recently is not just hard work, but it's hard work. And I can see that through the progression of Regents' work over the past few years. It's hard work, but we're putting in the effort and we're seeing the results. Thank you.
Indeed, and to continue seeing the results will require an investment continued from our legislature, and we certainly ask for their partnership in this regard. Regent Levy.
I too want to thank you, congratulate you. I had two slides that I was interested in. One was the drop in the total number of complaints from 22 to 23. And I'd like some commentary on why you think that happened. And the next one was, next slide was on 45, but the funding, Title IX funding allocation. What formula or criteria are you using to make these allocations of that approximately $5 million? I'm sorry, can you speak?
Oh, sorry. Not used to these mics, my apologies. Thank you, sorry. So with the formal complaints, so I can't speak to exactly why the numbers might be different, but I can speak to the work being done on our campuses. I can speak to the work done at the system level and the campus level. Continued education, continued information spreading about these policies, about, you know, the issues and things that we're facing, and being open about campus culture and having these conversations. I think that's a huge step in our, you know, our journey with power-based violence and getting our campus safety to, you know, ideally where everyone feels safe. So
was that an expected decrease in complaints? I personally would have expected it to go up as there was more engagement with students and faculties about the access to complaints. I'm delighted that it went the other way.
Yes. Absolutely, and Regent Levy, if I could go ahead and piggyback off of Julia, all of the campuses have been doing an exceptional job with helping to change the campus culture. Through, you know, continued conversations, one of the things that we did recognize is that, you know, when it comes down to reporting and formal complaints, there's a difference between reports being made and formal complaints. Anyone, including a victim, can report. Not all of those reports turn into formal complaints. So there could possibly be different numbers and reports that are made of people saying something may have happened to me. I wanted to go a little bit further. And there are some students who don't, as they go through the reporting process, they find out that they, rather not go through the formal complaint process, which can go into an investigation, which can go into adjudication and so forth and so on. So, that is all at the discretion of the complainant. That may have a reason to do with it. Reports, I will say reports are still being made, but for those choosing to go through the process, that could be accounted for the difference.
Is there a difference between the number of reports from 22 to 23 as there is from complaints, formal complaints?
Yes, well, I have to go back and go back to my desktop and see,
It's
but
not because there are more barriers to doing
no,
formal complaints.
no. It's real. All of this is at the discretion. Whoever chooses to report, it's at the discretion of the person who decides to make the report. So if a victim wants to go forward with that process, they have more than enough leverage to do that. But no barriers.
I can answer the question, Regent Levy, about the money. So Bree and Julia asked the systems, what are your needs? And interestingly enough, they pretty much came up with each $1 million worth of those needs. So we asked them, we inventoried them and say, tell us what you need. And then we provide that to the legislature. I think Chris will be up shortly. So we're inventorying the campuses right now on Title IX needs, on deferred maintenance top priorities, on campus safety top priorities. And the legislature will often say, we don't have enough to do it all, but tell us if we did everyone's top 1 or top 2, how much would that be? And so that was the methodology there. We asked them what their needs were. Collectively, it was $5 million plus our training needs, and that's what we asked for and were able to receive as recurring dollars so far.
Commissioner, I also want to ask a question. I know we do a campus safety or climate survey, right, once every 3 years, and that's coming up this spring, I believe. Does that survey that goes out to students, does it touch on the work of power-based violence? Does it ask about their the climate they feel willing to report complaints? Maybe this gets at tapping into Regent Levy's question around the direction of that number and how students feel able to complain or not complain.
So I'll let staff speak to that, but I do want to put an emphasis on Julia and Bree's comment about, I do think it's become easier than ever to make a complaint, more information available than ever before. But we're also working on the education prevention side, right? To try to make sure we have campuses that care. The survey allows us to inventory, do students feel safe on campus? So, Julia, you want to speak to that?
Of course. So, the Campus Climate Survey, last legislative session, there had been an amendment proposed in a bill to align the federal survey that will be coming in the coming years with our state survey, trying to avoid survey fatigue for our students because we know how much is thrown at them. And these surveys, they do cover topics of Title IX, sexual misconduct, and those sensitive topics. So we don't, we wanted to try and align those to avoid survey fatigue on those sensitive topics. In the legislative session, that amendment did not go through. So what we did was we picked up the process on a survey and we knew, okay, a survey, it takes a while to get that rolling, and we don't want to wait that long period without being able to check in with our students. So what we have done is we've created a campus climate questionnaire, which is an abridged version of a survey, essentially. And it'll focus on things such as, a campus safety evaluation. How safe are you feeling in these areas of campus? What is your understanding of power-based violence procedures? As well as sections that go into personal experiences that they may have had with power-based violence or Title IX, grievance procedures, hearings, and the sort of things that happen in the formal complaint process. Right now, we are in the almost rolling out stages there with a rollout of a questionnaire at the end of February to the 4 systems. That questionnaire will remain open for 3 weeks, and we should have results in summer of '24, which will hopefully help us move forward with knowing where our campuses are at, how our students and employees are understanding power-based violence, these procedures, and what needs need to be met.
Thank you, Ms. Hine.
Yes.
Regent Sterling.
Yes, I just want to go back to kind of to follow up on Regent Levy's questions and make an analogy to, the healthcare industry. When we started talking about medical errors, it had for the longest time it had been something in healthcare that nobody talked about, when a doctor potentially harms someone. And so I want to applaud the work in those pieces, but if we looked at the ratio of complaint to student, I think we would come to the conclusion that we're still grossly under-reporting. And so first question is, are there any ratios out there that says kind of on average a student environment that is deemed a safe environment, your ratio of complaint to student? Because we had to move away from talking about it and the transparency that it was okay. And so I think we're in the same space with students, is to say, I may choose not to move forward from a concern to a complaint because I don't want my fellow student to get kicked out of school. And the same thing, like I said, in healthcare, they didn't want their favorite doctor to lose their license or their favorite nurse to lose their license. So is there any type of ratio or anything that can help us? And secondly, what other pieces of transparency is happening on the collegiate campus? Because it wasn't until we began in healthcare to talk about harm to patients every day, every board meeting, every leader meeting, every staff meeting, then we ultimately changed our industry because we wanted to believe that harm was preventable, and we certainly want to believe that with education and transparency, power-based violence would be decreased.
Yes, excuse me. So yes, speaking to the ratio, we do not currently have a ratio or a number for that, but I do think that is an important question. So we will look into that and circle back with you once we have an answer, because I think that is a good conversation for us to have. Now,
let me say something on that. I will say in the past 2.5 years that we've been working with each of the public post-secondary institutions, and shout out again to Dr. Amber Blair, one thing she did say, especially about the LCTCS system, with the passing of this comprehensive set of power-based violence laws, that reporting has gone up a lot. There's no, to my knowledge, and it's something that we'll still look into, there is no national ratio. A lot of these things, when it comes down to reporting sexual assault, there's no way, I wouldn't think, to gauge that. It's an unpredictable process. This is unpredictable conduct. So we'll look into that, but I do want to say that the feedback that we have gotten back from the systems in the instances of reporting it has gone up. And I'll let Julia talk to the second question that you asked.
yes, so speaking to the transparency piece, so tying in reporting, I know that most, if not all, of our institutions, they have online reporting forms that have anonymous options. So there are available options for reporting quick and easy right on the website. But speaking to some more of the work that they're doing with transparency and students, some of the work that I know that's being done in the new year, I'm very excited. ULL, Teresa Lede, the Title IX coordinator, she's formed a student-led Title IX power-based violence task force. She was telling us about it in December. It's very new, and that will be a wonderful way to get students involved in talking about these conversations. And there was a great reception in the room at the power-based violence meeting when it was heard, oh my gosh, there's a student task force. So hopefully that will encourage other institutions to start bringing forth student task force with their students. Other things that I know are going on are student trainings. I recently spoke to Tracy Washington from Southern Law Center, and she was telling me about the various different trainings that she is doing with her students on healthy relationships and those sort of things. So tying in not only, sometimes it can be hard with students when you're just like, here are these power-based violence Title IX procedures. That can be very daunting sometimes. So bringing in other things that they might be dealing with, like healthy relationships, communicating, and navigating their adult life, that is a huge step as well to getting students involved. So programs like that are the sort of things that are going on to get students involved. And then on the Regents side, we've been engaging with COST to do focus groups this past April to see, what was their understanding of power-based violence. And from that, we were able to gauge, there was kind of a varied understanding of the procedures. So we were able to say, okay, well, one of the big things that came from this is they might not even know who their Title IX coordinator is. So we created contact sheets that we can update per semester and upload online and provide to the Title IX coordinators that list out every institution's Title IX coordinator and all of the ways to get in contact with them. And we have provided those to the cost students as well. So those are just some of the student engagement pieces, and I hope that helps to
Keep up the great work.
thank you.
And Regent Sterling, to piggyback off of Julia, one of the things that that she mentioned is at the last Power-Based Violence Review Panel meeting in December, each of the systems went through how much work that they're doing on campuses and shared a lot of their information. So if you would like, we don't have a problem with sharing you the slides that were shown during that meeting that shows what each system has been up to as far as student engagement, trainings, and stuff like that. So we could share that with you.
Thank you.
Regent David, I believe you've got a question.
Thank you for all of your great work protecting our students. I move to fully adopt and accept the power-based violence in Title IX report.
Thank you. Motion made by Regent David. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Regent Levy. Any discussion or any questions? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, this motion passes. Thank you again, Ms. Hine.
Excellent job.
Thank you. I have one last thing.
Yeah, one more to go, right?
One more to go.
I think you've got some amendments to the uniform policy on power-based violence to seek our approval on.
Yes, just one last thing very quickly. So we have a proposed amendment to the uniform policy on power-based violence. Currently, our language does not specify a deadline by which law enforcement agencies must execute their required MOUs with the institutions. This past summer in the legislative session, Act 211 passed, which did set a deadline of 30 days. So our revision is to add that 30-day deadline to the policy, which would require our criminal justice agencies and law enforcement agencies to execute those MOUs within that 30-day period.
I move to accept the amendment.
Thank you. A motion by Regent David. Is there a second?
Second.
Regent Levy. Any discussion? All please in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed saying nay. All right, hearing none, the motion passes. Moving on to item B3, authorization to develop 2024 legislative priorities. Ms. Golden, please proceed.
Thank you. One last thing before legislative committee closes out. Senior staff is making a recommendation to grant the commissioner and the board chair authority to finalize the 2024 legislative agenda and act on legislation as needed with an update to the board at the March 2024 meeting.
Move to authorize.
Thank you, Regent. Sorry, double tasking over here. Thank you for the motion, Regent David. I see a second with Regent Aubrey. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Thank you so much. Hearing none, the motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Bree. All right, next up is item C, Facilities and Property. Chris Herring, Associate Commissioner for Facilities, Planning, and Emergency Management will present these items, starting with item C1, which is the Act 959 project. Chris, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The first item that we have this month is an 959 on behalf of Sewella Technical Community College. Again, Act 959 allows institutions to pursue capital projects outside the normal capital outlay process up to $10 million as long as the source of funding does not include state dollars. In this particular instance, it's similar to the Delgado project from last month. A designer was engaged and they started developing plans to bid the project, and it was determined that the initial cost estimate to achieve what they wanted out of the new training site would be over the $1 million threshold, just triggering the need for approval as a 959 project. The project is to build a pipeline training unit on Sewella's Lake Charles campus, which will offer hands-on experience in pipeline construction, maintenance, and repair, which is a high-demand occupation in that area of the state and as well as the country. This will provide students with all aspects of material flow through pipelines. It's going to be built next to their regional training center there on campus, which I think some of you have seen. We were there a few years ago, and we're just trying to keep this one moving forward so that it can go to construction. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the project. Otherwise, we recommend approval.
Thank you, Chris. Members, you've heard the recommendation.
I offer a motion that we approve.
I hear a motion from Regent Aubrey. Is there a second? Second from Vice Chair Seal. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. And hearing none, the motion passes. Next up is item C2, other business, including the campus safety assessment update. Chris, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Following the power-based violence discussion, our office was also able to secure some funding from the legislature last session related to campus safety. We received $10 million for campus safety infrastructure upgrades, which was just distributed to each system where they were allowed to pursue infrastructure-related requests towards public safety. We also received an additional $1 million for campus safety assessments. We've been working with the National Center for Biomedical Training and Research, the NCBRT folks, housed on the LSU campus to perform these vulnerability assessments. This is the group that produced the Run, Hide, Fight video we were able to distribute at the beginning of the fall semester, and we've also worked with them to provide some regional trainings across the state over the last year and a half or so. At this time, we are starting with 2 institutions per system. We work with each system to identify the institutions that would participate in the assessment. We have Delgado, which is about complete. Their draft report will be ready at the end of this week. And we follow that with Baton Rouge Community College, then Northwestern State, where the on-site assessment will actually occur. After those 2 institutions, we are moving to Louisiana Tech, followed by Southern University New Orleans, and then the Shreveport area Southern institution, as well as LSU Health Science Shreveport and LSU Shreveport. The assessments look at a variety of things from officer training, staffing levels relative to institutions and departments of that size across the country. It goes into lighting assessments, access controls, and will identify vulnerabilities that the institution can seek funding for down the road, and this report will provide a basis for support when it comes to requesting those dollars. So that's where we stand with the campus safety assessments. We should have some money left over once we do the first 8 institutions to do another round. It may not be 2 institutions per system, but we should have enough to do 1 institution per system with the remaining dollars once we finish this first round. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Amazing. Thank you, Chris. Members, are there any questions for Chris?
Chris, as it relates to the $10 million allocated through the legislative process, how do you, for those, because some of the campuses are rural, some are urban, some are big, some are small. How do you break down $10 million across all the systems?
We worked with each system to kind of let them identify the priorities by institution, by system, and we relied on them for distributing
the money
that.
by system. Is it through enrollment? Is it through the size of the campuses?
I believe we looked at enrollment. I have that. I don't want to tell you incorrectly right
And is
here.
it more? You get more because you have residential, some of the commuter? I'm asking, try to just how do you?
I think we did base it on enrollment. That was the initial
Matthew?
look we did.
But if a campus has 80% of the students that are online or commuting with very little bit on campus, then how would they, as an enrollment, would that be a good way to determine it alone? Just reminds me of the formula funding type issues that come up all the time that people complain about.
Regent Aubrey, it was a 2-prong approach. So enrollment was used as well to get a percentage for everybody, but also we asked each campus for their top 5 campus safety projects, and so which totaled over $80 million. So we only had $10 million, so we whittled it down to what's your top project, and let's try to fund that at each institution. And we used those 2 factors to determine the system amounts. So then the systems were able to make the decision as to where they wanted to put those funds for each institution. So we used their recommendation of priority projects and enrollment to get a system amount and let the systems allocate where they needed to go.
Okay.
Regent Aubrey, thank you for your question. Members, any other questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Matthew. We're going to move on now to Academic and Student Affairs. Dr. Tristan Denley, Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs and Innovation, will present these items. And we'll get started today with the consent agenda. Tristan, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so today's consent agenda, thank you, just consists of 3 very routine items, 2 undergraduate certificates, and a department reorganization. And so senior staff recommends approval of those items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions regarding the consent agenda? If not, can I have a motion, please? Motion by Regent Gill, second.
Second.
Second by Regent Temple. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Next up is item D2, academic programs. Dr. Denley, please proceed.
Thanks so much. Yeah, so I have 2 programs to present today, and I think, you know, in many ways, it's terrific that Secretary Showen was here a little earlier and pointed out how incredibly important it is that as we create the portfolio of degrees for our state, that we make sure that those degrees really do mesh with the state's needs. As you'll remember, this board took action to change the way that academic planning would be created to try to create exactly that kind of alignment, and you see that today. So the first of those programs is an associate degree in Homeland Security and Emergency Management there at Delgado. It's really important for you to know this is the very first program at the undergraduate level that we have in this state that is focused on Homeland Security and Emergency Management. I'm sure that I don't need to persuade you that we need folk who are qualified and trained to be able to work in this field. And so it's terrific that Delgado is bringing this proposal today. I know as they have developed this proposal that they have worked with the Louisiana Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, GOSEP. I know that they worked with the previous administration setting, and I know that they are already reaching out now after the change in administration. So important to know that there is that alignment. And you may remember when I presented the academic plans for the year, that there actually are 2 bachelor's programs that are planned at sister institutions. Those proposals are working their way through their management board process, and I'm hopeful that we will see those here in the coming months. But again, we've already mentioned that to Delgado, and Delgado will work with those sister institutions to make sure that as we create those new programs that they really do mesh together. But very happy to first of all present that associate's degree in Homeland Security and Emergency Management. The second proposal is a bachelor's degree in Governmental and Administrative Affairs at Grambling. So this proposed program is designed to train students who are interested in working in government administration in the local, national, and international level. It has 2 concentrations. The first is a concentration in governmental institutions and law, and the second in international relations and diplomacy. So this is really a specifically designed program to enable people to have the training to work in public service and to work in public service at the, as we say, at the local, national, or international level. It is a 100% online program, but it does also include a required internship. And so that's also a really exciting thing to see. Again, the stress today in ways in which we're trying to amplify opportunities for students as part of their degrees to have work-based learning experiences, experiential learning kinds of experiences, and so part of their proposal are established and growing partnerships with a series of offices and various different divisions, both regionally there in Grambling, but also across the state. Again, actually, this is a unique program across our state. We have several bachelor's degrees that are in public policy, one of those at SUNO, but we do not currently have a bachelor's degree in governmental and administrative affairs. And so, again, I know that This program was brought forward because of conversations that Grambling had with their local community, and so happy to bring both of those proposals today. So happy to answer questions about those, but certainly we do recommend approval of those two academic programs as presented.
Awesome. Thank you, Tristan. Members, we have a motion to approve these two programs as presented.
Pardon me, I have a question, if I may.
Yes, absolutely. Vice Chair Seal.
Dr. Denley, the internships that are part of this program, do you have any information on how they are structured and what sort of activities the interns would be performing, and for what kinds of organizations?
Yeah, so I do have a list of the kinds of partnerships that have already been created. They have partnerships with the City of Grambling, their Office of Public Health, Housing and Urban Development and Community Development Division, the Lincoln Parish Health Unit and Office of Public Health, the Louisiana Workforce Commission, Oshner Health Systems. So there's a really broad variety of different places that these folk might go. And certainly actually at the Board of Regents, we have been working with some national organizations to actually find ways to support institutions as they begin to offer internships and work-based learning in this way. And so in many ways, this meshes with exactly that initiative. I can't quite talk about the details of that yet. We are still in the process of signing the paperwork, but exactly that kind of support, I think, would work very well here in enabling an institution to get these kinds of things off the ground.
So it appears to envision local government, parish government, some sort of regional entity, and something in the healthcare sector like Oshner's.
Yeah, I think that's right. As you might imagine, getting a program like this off the ground,
right.
It's great to have a beginning set of partnerships, but I'm sure that once it gets its feet under it, then
sure.
the possibilities will begin to grow. Yeah.
I think it's a great program. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
Dr. Denley, I see and you acknowledged that there is a similar program at SUNO, a bachelor's degree in public administration.
So in many ways it is the closest cousin that we have. I don't think it's reasonable to say that it's a similar program. It's not really a similar program. They're differently focused quite considerably, but that public administration is probably the closest cousin that we have in the state right now.
So, to your knowledge, has Grambling eliminated its undergraduate program in public administration?
Not to my knowledge.
And so, why would an institution add a new program? I know that this is online, and not look at maybe expanding the track of an existing program. I think they do have an online master's degree program, all online, in healthcare administration, state and local government as well as an undergraduate program. So what would make this different than the institution offering a bachelor's in governmental affairs and a bachelor's in public administration? How do you make sure we're not adding another degree program rather than adding a concentration of a similar, as you say, a first cousin to it?
Yeah, I think it's, so I take your point. I think the difference here really is this focus on working, enabling people to work in to work in this sort of, in the ideas of international relations and diplomacy and governmental institutions. This is not normally the focus of a traditional PA program, and it's certainly not really the focus of someone working in health administration. So there are differences in that approach, and I think it's reasonable to imagine that it is reasonable to imagine that an institution that has already built the framework of being able to offer some programs in this space, yeah. At what point do we want to create a new program? At what point is it trying to create concentrations? I'm a great believer, I will say, in calling a degree what it is. Unfortunately, it happens a lot that institutions can create concentrations, and then when they try to get employment, the employer isn't really able to try to understand, well, what does this concentration mean? Now, I'm happy to have some help here too, so thank you. Phone a friend is always good, please.
Well, before he begins, and welcome, and just for your benefit, and I'm much more conservative, and I do think where we've seen in the teacher education space, and you can be seated, that we've consolidated degree programs and made concentrations. We've approved those in the last couple of months at institutions. What I don't want is that we'll start creating more degree programs where we could have tweaked. Grambling has a bachelor's in general studies that has 5 or 6 different cohorts. The dean is here. And so I just see when I read this, and you may not know, I'm a graduate of the undergraduate program at Grambling in Public Administration. So when I read this, I'm just really trying to understand what makes this different. And how do you, as our liaison and staff, that we're bringing new academic programs, whether it's online or not, why couldn't we modify and do something different? Because, I like to say here, when my degree is in public administration, and whatever the concentration may be, I don't, a bachelor's in governmental administrative affairs, I don't want to grow government. I'm in the private sector. So I have a different approach about that, but I'm certainly open to hear it.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Please go ahead. Yeah, please.
The undergraduate program.
Can you get on the speaker, please?
The undergraduate program at Grambling State University in public administration was discontinued.
Okay.
Years back, more than 13 years ago.
Okay.
Even the political science undergraduate program was also discontinued. So the new program in governmental and administrative affairs has 2 concentrations in government and law and international relations and diplomacy, which we don't have in this state, because the purpose of this of these concentrations, one, to prepare our students, of course, for public service and for international relations, for our diplomatic missions overseas. So this program will prepare our students for those careers, completely different from what we call public administration.
Yeah, it makes sense. Now that information has been shared, that you discontinued that program. I have been gone a long time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Aubrey. Are there any other questions for Dr. Denley around this recommendation? All right, hearing none, can I ask please for a motion to approve? So moved by Regent Levy and second by Regent Gill. Any discussion? If not all, please signify by saying aye if you're in favor.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. All right, hearing none, the motion passes. Dr. Denley, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members, we're going to break for lunch, but I do want to make a quick announcement. We are very excited to hear that Governor Landry has just announced his appointment to this board, and we are thrilled that it's a colleague, a friend of Regent Creed named Misty Cordell from Monroe, Louisiana. She's a graduate of Louisiana Tech University. I look forward to reaching out to her later to welcome her, and I ask you all to give her a warm welcome when she joins this board in our next meeting. So with that, everyone enjoy lunch. We're going to be in the North Dakota room, and we'll resume here following lunch. Thank you. Powerful. All right. Thanks all for reconvening. I think we have some others that are still returning from lunch. Doreen, are we okay to proceed without that number? We have it? Great. All right. So we are reconvened. We're moving on in our agenda. And next up is research and sponsored initiatives presented by Carrie Robeson and Dr. Michael Consori, Associate Commissioner for Sponsored Programs, Research and Development. Our first item is the statewide science and technology development plan, which we heard about briefly at our last meeting. So good afternoon, welcome, and please proceed with this item, Dr. Consori.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So in the last meeting in December, we gave a briefing of the need for updating our science and technology plan, the S&T plan. That plan was developed back in 2010. So on January 3rd of 2010, the board approved the plan. The plan is called Fostering Innovation Through Research in Science and Technology in Louisiana, or the acronym is FIRST. That was developed under the leadership of President Geis, and we engaged campuses and systems all across the state. And that plan really has served us quite well for roughly 14 years, and time has come for us to update it. To update this for what we call 2030, First Louisiana 2030, we engaged EPSCoR Committee and the Advisory Committee on Advancement of Research in Louisiana, or ACARL. Membership of these two committees is quite diverse. We have membership from all systems, campuses, private sectors, and state government. This plan is necessary to respond to federal agencies, particularly EPSCoR, National Science Foundation. The EPSCoR division requires this type of a plan. The plan also supports Regents' master planning. It guides our institutions to strategically plan for their research. And really, the idea is to build capacity across the entire state. The plan also recognizes the importance of workforce development in strategic areas. We went over the plan very briefly last time. Basically, we start from the foundational sciences, which really requires the human capital. We talked about building blocks that are necessary for the foundational sciences to go forward. These are instrumentations that we share across the state. And a network of excellence and feeding into target industries. Very briefly, at the foundational level, we work on STEM disciplines, computer sciences, and also social and behavioral and economic sciences. These are the areas that funding agencies support. And in terms of building blocks, we have recognized the importance of what I like to call One Louisiana in terms of sharing instrumentation and the facilities statewide to all of our faculty members. We have built those in a way that faculty and students can use those across the state, particularly for materials and manufacturing. This already exists. Data sharing and computer infrastructure through LONI, for example, Louisiana Optical Network Infrastructure. And also it's important to realize the sharing data and the data that folks need in terms of doing research for library systems. Networks of excellence are those that we have a chance to build the ecosystem for doing research. These are to build centers of excellence. We have strength in a variety of areas, including energy, materials and manufacturing, environmental solutions, and biosciences and biotechnology. Cross-cutting is computational and cyber security, and of course, STEM workforce training. These networks of excellence feed into incubating and innovating a variety of areas that are of interest to the entire state, including energy, advanced manufacturing, structural integrity, biosciences, ag, resilience and disaster recovery, coastal restoration, and cyber physical systems. Once we build all these and support all these, we could partner with industries and build the ecosystem that these partnerships will engage our faculty members, as well as creating jobs for high-skilled workers. So in your materials, board materials, there is a 14-page document that succinctly describes what I just went over very quickly. Again, the idea is the first Louisiana 2030, and what you're looking at is the front and back pictures of the brochure. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Consori. Are there any questions from this board? All right, and I think staff has a recommendation. Would you like to read the recommendation for us?
Senior staff recommends approval of the updated S&T plan for statewide dissemination.
All right, thank you, Dr. Consori. Is there a motion to approve?
So
I've got a motion by Regent Merritt. Is there a second by Regent Temple? Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, next up is item F, which is statewide programs. Dr. Swambuti, Executive Director of LOSFA, is going to present the first item, the consent agenda. While she comes to the table, I want to acknowledge a public comment card that was received for statewide programs. The member of the public is LaKendra Moore. She checked that she does not wish to speak. I want to acknowledge that she's representing herself, having a challenge with LOSFA, and has, since her arrival, is connected with staff and I believe is working out that challenge. But we thank Ms. Moore for her public comment card, and we want to make sure we read it into the record. With that, Dr. Buti, please proceed with the consent agenda.
Good deal. Thank you so much. We have, in fact, connected with her. Our staff has already made the necessary contacts, and I've updated her on where we are in the process.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Each of these consent agenda items would be related to final rulemaking for acts of the legislature. You passed the initial rulemaking for each of these in August of 2023. Now this makes the rules go final. So the first one is publication of final rule. This is the changes to the MJ Foster program. The second one is that creates the Patriot Scholarship Program for Louisiana National Guard members. The third item makes changes to the TOPS core. That's basically the financial literacy, the addition and changes. It establishes the program for disabled veterans where they get the tuition, in other words, they get exempt from tuition, but you can't get exempt from tuition and get TOPS at the same time. So that establishes that, and it also amends the definition for residency for individuals that move out of country for TOPS, but retain Louisiana residency ties. This was actually a constituent request that resulted in a legislative change. So this is final rule for each of these. The LOSFA Advisory Board has examined each, and they recommend approval of all of these consent agenda items.
Thank you. Members, you've heard the recommendation from LOSFA. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Regent Williams-Brown. Is there a second? Regent Temple. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. Hearing none, this motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Buti. Next, we're going to hear from Dr. Brian Roberts, Executive Director of LUMCON, for an update on their strategic plan framework. Dr. Roberts, also want to say thank you for including me at the ribbon cutting for Blue Works. We look forward to all the excitement to come out of that campus. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for attending the ribbon cutting. So one of the things that we've been trying to do here is develop our strategic plan for the next 5 fiscal years. And in the process of doing that, I want to present to you the framework, sort of the big picture view of what this strategic plan is going to look like. So that's what I'm going to do today. In your materials, there is a 4-page handout that is the actual framework for the plan, and I'm going to kind of walk you through what it is that I've got for you. Okay, so LUMCON's mission is legislatively mandated, and it's to promote, facilitate, and conduct research and education collaborations among Louisiana's universities in marine and coastal sciences relevant to the sustainability of coastal and marine environments of the Gulf of Mexico. So to distill that down to sort of what our vision is, our coasts and oceans restored and thriving through innovation, collaboration, and community engagement. We have 3 core principles to enhance collaboration by linking the consortium through strong federal, state, and local partnerships. That's our connect. Our enrich is improve the community through education and outreach initiatives. Transform is to lead and partner in scientific innovations designed to stabilize and strengthen coastal marine environments for the state and the nation. So I want to walk through the many things that LUMCON actually represents. So LUMCON is a program of the Board of Regents. We're also a consortium of all 32 public post-secondary institutions, plus the 10 members of the Louisiana Association of Independent Colleges and Universities. And I like showing this version of it as opposed to the one that's on your handout, because it actually shows that how many universities we have in the state. And our role here is we are one of these arms that feed into this large consortium. We're also a physical and statewide resource located on the coast. And you can think of LUMCON as having a series of components to it. We have research and science programs, education outreach programs, vessels and dive operations, facilities and resources, and we serve as the state host agency for 2 federal-state partnerships. One is the Barataria-Terrebonne National Estuary Program, that's an EPA program, and the soon-to-be designated Atchafalaya National Estuary and Research Reserve, which is a NOAA state federal partnership. In terms of research and science, we currently have 7 faculty in residence in Cocodrie and Homa. We're currently recruiting 3 additional faculty members. Our education and outreach is really based upon sort of place-based, skill-based experiences for learners across our diverse citizenry to support and empower current and future marine scientists and ocean literate citizens. These programs range from pre-K to 12, university education, as well as community. We are the state's research fleet, home of the research fleet for the state. So that's primarily the RV Pelican, as well as the RV Acadiana. In addition to those ships, we also have 11 small boats and kayaks and canoes, and we have a long distinguished track record of service. We are expanding that research vessel capacity for the state, one through the National Science Foundation building of the regional class research vessel Gilbert R. Mason, which is being built in Homa, and is estimated to currently to be delivered in late 2025. And we also are in the process of replacing the Pelican, which has served the state for almost 40 years. And that process is currently out for bids for qualifications and cost proposals, with those bids being due in March. Our facilities and resources, our home for our whole existence has been down at the DeFelice Marine Center in Cocodrie. Just a little bit of an advertisement and a plug. So we're actually hosting an open house down in Cocodrie on April 13th that you're all welcome to. It's a great time. It usually runs about 6 hours, and we see about 1,500 or so people from the public come through our facility. We're having it on purpose here for the first time after the pandemic to remind people that we still are based down here on the coast. And then we obviously just had the ribbon cutting last month for the Blue Works facility on our Maritime campus in Homa. That's the first of 3 large projects that are taking place. Behind that, where in the middle picture there is the construction of the boat slip and bulkhead to be the home for the research class research vessel. as well as the rest of our fleet. And then we are in the process, we already have the designs of trying to get our Marine Operations Center built on the back of the property as well. I mentioned we have these 2 affiliates, which are really important to growing the state and having great representation of the key estuary systems running from the Atchafalaya through Terrebonne to Barataria in 2 partnerships with the federal government, one with EPA and one with NOAA. We're also a community hub. We are located in the coast where people are going through lots of challenges, and it's great to have a place to convene people and help and facilitate that. This is just a collage showing some of the different things that we do there. So our engagement is really important. LumCon is a lot of things to a lot of different people, and it's really important that we, excuse me, that we are able to bring these people together and be all these things to different people. And the way we do that, our success as a statewide resource requires deep engagement of our consortium members, our partners, and communities across Louisiana. And the way to do that is to have an open and collaborative structure that's designed to maximize opportunities for the members to engage with each other and LumCon's core facilities and services. So I want to run you through a few of the ways that we do that. One is last year we kicked off and held a State of the LumCon Consortium meeting just down the road in Baton Rouge. And we had representation from 32 of our institutions of higher education show up at one meeting and try to collectively figure out, where are the ways that we can kind of collaborate together and help our state grow in terms of that. So moving forward, we're going to continue that trend. Our next meeting is going to be in the first week in March to have an annual in-person summit, and then to have one virtual meeting on the opposite semester of each year. The idea for these is to have 2 representatives from each institution, including 1 administrator that attends these events. We also want to re-envision sort of the way that we run our council, our advisory council, that reports to the executive director. And the new vision for this has to have system reps from all 4 of the state public institutions systems, as well as the private institutions, so a total of 5 reps there, a higher ed graduate student representative, 2 K-12 teacher representatives, 3 representatives from government, agency, industry, NGOs, and then 1 at large that can be reserved for special initiatives or programs that LumCon has taking place, so for a total of 12 members. This council will meet twice a year prior to the State of the Consortium meetings, and they'll help set the agenda for that. So it's not just coming from our LumCon staff, it's trying to bring the whole consortium together in this process. And like I said, they provide advice and recommendations to the executive director and chief scientist. The plan is to have 3-year rotating terms, except for the students, which the high turnover will be 1-year terms. We also want to sort of bring the consortium into the other components of LumCon more explicitly. So the idea is that the research and science programs, education outreach, and vessel and dive operations will each have an advisory committee made up of users of those different programs. And these committees will meet twice a year. The affiliates, BITNEP and the Atchafalaya and NER, each have their own advisory committees according to the guidelines of EPA and NOAA, respectively. And then the consortium coordinator, that's a liaison to facilitate collaboration between the different member institutions. So what is the broad overarching goals and strategic framework? So the idea behind this was to have an overarching goal for the different components of LumCon. So there's an institutional goal, a consortium goal, a research and science goal, and so forth. So I have abbreviated versions on the slides, but if you want to follow along, I have them spelled out, obviously, on the document. So the institution goal is to position LumCon as a hub for coastal marine science research, education, and community engagement at local, state, regional, and national levels. The consortium goal is to expand in strength of active collaborations among consortium member institutions, faculty, and students. The research and science goal is to lead and coordinate the development of new approaches to science to better understand, manage, and protect Louisiana's fragile coastal and marine habitats. Goal 4 is the education and outreach goal. That's to recruit, educate, and mentor the next generation of scientists and learners and engage communities through traditional and non-traditional programs and partnerships. Goal 5, facilities and resources. To build and maintain an adaptive infrastructure and workforce to provide opportunities, facilities, and resources to study shifting coastal marine environments and the communities that live and work there. Vessels and dive operations, Goal 6, expand research vessel capacity with the RC-RV Gilbert R. Mason and RV Pelican replacement while maintaining the small boat fleet and dive operations that facilitate coastal marine research and education activities for Louisiana and the Gulf of Mexico region. And Goal 7 is the joint goal for the two affiliates. As a state partner to federal agencies, administer and support the Barataria-Terrebonne National Estuary Program, which is the EPA partnership, and the soon-to-be designated Atchafalaya National Estuary and Research Reserve, which is a NOAA partnership, to meet their missions and goals in the 3 watersheds encompassing the critical region from the Atchafalaya River to the Mississippi River and the Birdfoot Delta. So it's good to have these goals over the course of these next 5 years, but what you really want to be thinking about is where do we want to be in the long term? So we also are including these long-term sort of 10-year strategic positioning. So through extensive partnerships and innovative interdisciplinary research and synthesis, LUMCON serves as a leading voice of marine and coastal sciences and their impacts on coastlines, communities, and economies within Louisiana, the Gulf of Mexico, and the world. Number 2 is LUMCON's place-based, skill-based, and inclusive educational and outreach activities ignite interest in coastal marine sciences and position students and educators for success in the workforce and their communities. Researchers from LUMCON's member institutions collaborate regularly with a strong sense of partnership and collegiality and leverage their collective expertise and diverse backgrounds to address current and future marine environmental challenges. And number 4 is the coastal marine workforce, both in affected communities and at LUMCON and its member institutions, demonstrates superior knowledge in the fields and their positions. LUMCON's assets, including our vessels, laboratories, equipment, and lodging, are state-of-the-art. And finally, LUMCON stewards a diversified and growing funding base, combining state funds, private and federal grants, donations, and earned income to address this critical work. So this is a brief overview of a framework for what it is that we're trying to do at LUMCON and what our plans are for the next several years and our long-term goal and vision. And I look forward to having an opportunity to present you the more detailed actual strategic plan in the coming months. I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Members, do you have any questions for Dr. Roberts?
Well,
Regent Temple.
when you took over as someone who is inside of the and has a sincere appreciation for what LUMCON does, I remember I asked you the first day that you took over. You remember what I asked you?
I don't remember explicitly.
Something to the effect of, "Are you ready for this? And are you enjoying that role?" I think I probably asked you that after a couple of weeks there. So you obviously know you were more than ready for it. But how are you enjoying the role? And if you had to say what you're the most excited about going into this year, what would you say?
Well, I think it is a really exciting time for our state. And one of the things that's actually been very rewarding in this process is to try to really engage the consortium members and try to figure out how is it that collectively we improve things in our state from an education standpoint, from a research standpoint, and from our coastal environment perspective. What you can't do is you can't view that we all compete with each other for the same limited resources. What you need to be doing is trying to find a way to build the best teams that we have in the state. We have an incredible amount of expertise, incredible amount of unique resources and talents here. And what we need to be doing is trying to figure out how do we position ourselves, build the best teams to try to get the resources we need at the federal and private levels to grow our collective enterprise in the state. And so to me, that's where the excitement is trying to find these ways where we have these synergies between these different groups to help advance our state in the best way that we can.
Thank you. All right, members, unless there's any other questions, we want to thank Dr. Roberts for his presentation and his leadership at LumCon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is item G, Planning, Research, and Performance. Dr. Susanna Craig, Deputy Commissioner for Strategic Planning and Student Success, will present. Dr. Craig is going to begin with the consent agenda.
All right, there we go. This afternoon, we have 3 different types of academic licensure for you. The first on this consent agenda, we have 2 initial applications. The first is from CBD College in Los Angeles, California. This college is accredited by the Accrediting Bureau of Health and Education Schools, and they plan to offer an online degree in Associate of Science in Health Information Technology. Our second application is from Moreland University. This is a privately held college in university in Washington, D.C. It is accredited by 2 organizations, the Distance Education Accrediting Commission and the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation. And I would just highlight that CAPE accreditation is what our universities here in the state of Louisiana have to go through for their educator preparation programs. Our second item are 3 renewal applications. Aspen University, which is located in Phoenix, Arizona, Lamar State College in Orange, Texas, and Liberty University in Lynchburg, Virginia. The final item that you will see is a voluntary withdrawal of a conditional license. One of your policies and procedures is that an institution is granted a conditional license by this body. They have 3 years to receive accreditation, but they have to remain with the same accrediting organization. So in June 16th of 2021, Louisiana International College was granted a conditional license under the accreditation of the Distance Education Accrediting Commission. They have determined that they would like to change that accrediting body, and so they have voluntarily withdrawn their conditional license. The next on the PRP consent agenda is the amendment of the Healthcare Employment Reinvestment Opportunity. Ms. Baker?
Yes, and I'll briefly speak. This is more of an update from an update I provided for you in September of this year concerning the Healthcare Employment Reinvestment, or HERO Fund, created by Act 109 in 2021. And so to respond to the charge of this legislation, the HealthWorks Commission created what they're calling the newly created Regional Healthcare Innovation Program. And the heart of this program is for our institutions to partner with local hospitals and nonprofits to create a pipeline specific for the healthcare workers in their region. And so the HERO Fund presently has $5 million. And so the item on the consent today for your approval per the legislation would be to expand the Regional Healthcare Innovation Program from currently using $3.9 million to approximately $5 million, so an increase of approximately $1 million. So extending this program from 9 institutions, which a summary is provided in your packet, to up to 12 total institutions. And so that is the item that has been brought forward for on the consent. And if there are no questions, I'll pass it over to Dr. Craig for today's motion.
Sure. Yes. Yes. Oh, it is a health, let's see, let me look at my information. It is CBD College is a nonprofit healthcare college, career college located in Los Angeles, California. They are planning to offer an associate's degree in, they've been in existence since 1982. And they offer to other areas in the country 2 bachelor's degrees, 3 associate degrees, and 2 certificate programs in various healthcare fields. When asked their official name is CBD College. I specifically asked what the CBD stood for. And it is continuing business development. But that is not what they go by. They go by, their name is CBD College, but they did that in 1982. So they have not changed their name.
Might not be a bad idea.
That is correct. That is correct. It does not have anything to do with CBD that is related to marijuana. Okay.
Thank you for that clarifying question.
Yes.
We were all thinking
Thank
it.
you.
Is there any other
questions?
questions?
I asked multiple times and was told, no, that CBD College is their official name. But they are saying up the chain that CBD stands for Community Business and Development.
All right.
And that's what their website says.
Ma'am?
And that's what their website says.
That's correct.
Yeah, they could market the other way.
All right. Ms. Baker, do you have more?
No, if there are no other questions, senior staff recommends approval of the items on the consent agenda.
All right. Any other questions, members? If not, can we get a motion to approve? I see a motion with Regent Levy and a second with Regent Williams-Brown. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed saying nay? All right, hearing none, motion passes. Appreciate it. Thank you both. Next, we're going to move on to the reports and recommendations by our esteemed Commissioner, Dr. Reed.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Solomon, and congratulations to you and Regent Temple. Thank you for your fantastic leadership and support. Really grateful. This is such a phenomenal board. You see the 50th logo. We are indeed celebrating 50 years of the Board of Regents, created on April 20th, 1974. The state constitution was ratified, and as part of that, the Board of Regents was created. So throughout the year, we'll have some golden moments and golden activities and opportunities to celebrate the work and the collaboration and the partnership, as well as, and including opportunity in March at a trusteeship conference that we will host with all of higher education. Next, I want to recognize Malin Baker and our dual enrollment task force for some phenomenal work. As you know, we are always at it with our dual enrollment work, and you all received, and it should be in your folder, this report from Columbia University Teachers College on how states can improve partnerships with dual enrollment. It has policy recommendations and then bright spots. I'm happy to report that Louisiana is listed not once, twice, but 5 times in the report for our specific work around dual enrollment portal, our effective task force, FAFSA completion, and a number of other items. So there's a big tent approach in doing this work. And so I want to really say how proud we are and how much we appreciate the work of everyone who is focused on ensuring that there are early college experiences for all students in Louisiana to get them on the road to increased academic success early on. We also are very happy to always be a staff that gives and a staff that cares. And so you see here, we have raised over $11,400 towards our goal with our state combined charitable campaign. We have a fantastic team that do this work, and they make it fun for us with gumbo cook-offs and all kinds of raffles and activities. So I want to ask the SCCC team to please stand so they can be recognized. Yes. So Megan Johnson with Proprietary Schools is the leader, but also you see Rhonda and Chandra and Antonio and Rob and Aisha in the back, and Carla is probably upstairs working the phone. So thank you all for your phenomenal work and great ideas and making sure that we support the community but also have fun doing it. Really, job well done. The last thing I'll say is a thanks to Harold Butte, who's in the back, and Melissa Morento and Riley, because we have 23 SGA presidents who will be heading to DC. They have Hill visits. We will visit SHIO and talk about federal policy and advocacy. This will be a wonderful opportunity for them, but the chaperones and the individuals who go and support the students make sure they have an amazing time and a learning opportunity for them that's second to none. So I want to thank the staff that will be doing that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Moving on to other business, as a reminder, we do not meet in February. Our next meeting will be in March, on March 27th. And with that, is there any other business to come before the board? Hearing none, we've covered a lot today. Is there a motion to adjourn? I see a motion with Regent Sterling and a second by Regent Muir. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed saying nay? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
So